Hello everyone and welcome back. We're back with more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Managed to get some investigating done, but I had to stop in the middle of, at the beginning of another debate between Sholmes and Rinosuke, so... So, let's see what we can do with that. Oh, really? You're going to do that just as I start? Of course you are. Just a sec. Alright, let me see here. Let me kind of check the history real quick. Once again, Herlock Sholmes tried to present his logic and reason spectacular. Yeah. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. Oh my gosh. What the fudge are we even talking about here? Oh boy. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. What the f... I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine on the other day, in fact. Are you freaking serious? Anti-gravity device. Oh gosh, moving on. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. Why can we just get the heck out of here? There is clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Topic 1, flip furniture. Conclusion, because gravity was reversed. Topic 2, missing engineer. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, except in the skylight, that is. Ah! By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Fallen up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers the solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Mr. Engineer, conclusion, escaped via the skylight. I thought that might actually be the case, but I guess not. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Yep. Yep, for once we're in agreement. Does Toby agree too? She's completely spellbound. Yep. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge of at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your old deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? What of my more endearing pearls of wisdom? I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. Otto lent me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found on the floor was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence as such, You need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Herlock Sholmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility. So... Yes, you're quite right. You must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Otto. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. What here breaks the laws of Sholmesian gravity theory? Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Oh, look at that! I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me. The inverted. All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly. Yes, it does immediately put you in mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit. Ah, could it be that a mini whirlwind passed through here, do you think? I'm not sure that's much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes' explanation. Oh dear. Saying the first thing that comes to your head isn't the way forward here, it seems. Oh, look, Mrs. Otto. When everything seems to be upside down in here, this safe is conspicuously the right way up. Have you noticed? Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet. Oh, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak, that's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. I certainly didn't say that. Okay, so that is no... So that's no evidence of. So let's try this then.
Take that!
The upright face clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this. The upright face clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you have surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though, it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on. So, let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally, there's an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Let me kind of look around a little more, but yeah, I think oh, yeah, this is the... Yeah, okay.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it. Well, people are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding him requiring access to a safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the inside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. To find the safe combination. Alright, now for the second topic. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer's friend's aim? Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago. Those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Oh, hello.
Take that!
Oh, nope, that wasn't it, huh? Being able to fly freely in the sky, that has been mankind's dream for centuries. And of course, the balloon is the invention that's made that dream come true. Mr. Drebber, clearly a man of dreams, used the balloon to ascend to the ceiling and plant his feet on the roof. I take no pleasure in delivering bad news, but the undeniable truth is, it's clear they're too small. What? I knew you were going to say that. My dear fellow, then you are twice the fool. If people could fly in such small balloons, why would anybody ever manufacture larger ones? I despair of your lack of common sense at times, Mr. Naruhodo. That really hurts. Coming from you. Alright, let me look around some more. Perhaps we need a different angle. Alright, wait a minute. It's a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. Green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look! Oh yes, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. Oh, that's a shoe? What? Okay, hang on, man. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there. Look. Oh, yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon, too. Perhaps the shoe was sewn up there and became lodged, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid. Alright, let's try this.
Take that!
There we go. I thought that was actually part of the balloon. It was my mistake. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar, Data. It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. Inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred. Was the second birdcage the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception? You mean to say, if we assume the balloon is a model of the one used on the day, there is a strong possibility that may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach, hence why we resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe, hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailant with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground. Oh, which is easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time to walk as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? The game freeze on me? No. tool? What better tool? What piece of evidence would you? Oh, okay. I need to. Returned. Oh, okay. Let's see. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than the rope? What piece of evidence? Okay, I'm gonna save this time. Okay. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than... Awesome. Let's see. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? I'll be right back. Just a moment. Okay, I'm back, but let me look through the history real quick. So we just throw the rope up to... With as much use as none of feeling it could take us. True, perhaps we need it. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Yeah, I'm gonna go with this.
Take that!
See if I'm right or not. Nope. Okay. Well, okay. Let me think here. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? What piece of evidence would you use? I have no... Hold on, let me look through the... Yeah, I'm not sure what they're getting at. No. See, I don't understand what it's wanting me to find. What it's wanting me to figure out. If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. Balloons outreach, hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably Trevor intended to tear a hole assailant with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those locked in. Okay. So if he was trying to bring it down, then... No, no. Wait a minute. Well, I'm gonna go and give this a try.
Take that!
Okay. Yep, that was it. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact. And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Bam. Oh! Okay. Ah! What the? Waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh, goodness! I see you joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent. Ah, of course, the headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you'd largely solved. Thanks for the stretch, Soup, and welcome to the stream. How you doing? It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and Lieutenant Sans Tête earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrayne's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. The waxwork head has been entered into the court record. The head of the Professor Waxwork that was stolen from the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. Yeah, can we get out of here now? Because while we've been ignoring that thing that you thought was an anti-gravity device, I still think we need to get out of here. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... I don't think it would be the cupboard. Why would he be staying here with this here, though? If you need to hide, there's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly by that. Oh yes, you had some experience with that yourself a year ago, didn't you? We'll find him in there, mark my words. He'll be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. Well, I don't know about that. In fact, my own hand is trembling just thinking about making the discovery. Never mind, Mr. Naruhodo. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know. Look at all that mess in front of the safe. Yes, plans and accounting ledgers. Almost as if someone was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact. Yeah, I think that's probably it. My partner is under the weather, so I'm running some errands for them. Aww. I hope they feel better soon. Cupboard. Yeah, I don't think so. This looks like to be a cupboard for cups and saucers and the like. Ah, an ingenious hiding place, except for the windows. Oh, is it? I'm good, thanks. Well, when you say cupboard, you automatically think of cups and saucers, don't you? And the clever engineer knows that. So he knows you'd never look for him in there because he's not crockery. Though, sadly, it does seem to be full of only crockery. Yeah, and the fact that you can tell that by looking is another reason he wouldn't be hiding there. So yeah, I think it probably is the safe.
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Conclusion: inside the safe. Alright. Deduction complete. Elementary. I'm gonna be honest, these kind of are my least favorite parts of the game. These having to correct Sholmes' deductions. Oh well. So, Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see, the combination was... Can we get out of here? The combination was 432-582. I knew that! Alright then, here goes. Oh my gosh. You found me. What the fudge? Yeah, you're probably gonna need to stretch some yourself now. I think. What in the world? Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume? Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrayne with that bogus machine you built. Again, maybe we should talk about this after we get out of here. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspel's as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Yeah. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Yeah, but someone thought it was an anti-gravity device because... Oh my gosh. Anyway. Ah! I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then? No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare! That was too close for comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get the killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Duh! Anti-gravity devices don't exist! Phew, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright. What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Oh, everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh! For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. The time bomb. Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? Yeah, I kinda figured. It's no ordinary safe, it's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrayne's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. It's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I am unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough! What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Sith again. So the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet another acquaintance, is it, Dr. Sith? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Sith. If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes! Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out. Now. All of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb sitting here, but this lot disarmed. Inspector. Cool. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? Oh, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Fudge. Yes, you did disarm that one.
Hey, what are you? That one? You mean?
Oh, fudge. Well, damn. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage of the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrayne's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. To be continued. Save your current progress? Yeah. 4th of October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today.
Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again.
Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred.
Oh my, Iris has been busy.
Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Oh, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes in the infinite possibilities of blended tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grim expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor?
What? I don't know!
Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Oh, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
That mass murderers?
Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. The killer's autopsy report has been entered into the court record. The autopsy report of the mass murderer known as the Professor, who was tried and found guilty by closed trial 10 years ago. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Let me go and take a look at it real quick. Condemned prisoner, blank, redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym the Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. Okay. I slowly locked the yard. I'll just do what I can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Harebrayne, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last.
I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
I suppose. He'll be in here today. He'll be in here today, will he? Drebber.
Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness.
I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Alright, just a sec. Let's see. Okay, it's 24th of October, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrayne, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
The defense is ready, my lord.
As promised, Lord Von Zeeks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss.
If I may, Lord Von Zeeks.
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side.
Oh yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably.
Okay.
I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial.
And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. Yeah.
The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else.
But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but oh, this is so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Oh, of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the mission's code, not to mention the law. Any fax artist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Von Zeeks.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed in the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons.
It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage!
Yeah, be careful you don't blow up the courtroom with your chemicals, buddy.
Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard has submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, a terrible business.
He didn't destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber!
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. The post-explosion photograph has been entered into the court record. A photographic print of the experimentation stage after it was completely leveled by a time bomb. The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine, and who ultimately caused its loss of control. Wait a minute, what again? Oh, okay, we're just talking about that again.
Objection!
As Lord Von Seeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, Consul, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, Consuls. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Von Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break before I start this part of the trial, so if there's anything you need to do, now's a good time, and I'll be back as soon as I can. So, see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about the wait. Let's get this started. See how much I can get done tonight. State or name and occupation for the court. Name Enoch Drebber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. Arrives, hugs Luna and brews tea, brings chat chicken parm. Ooh, sounds good. And welcome to Stream Dragoon. How you doing tonight? Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, where is that? Okay, I don't know where that is, so... Oh, okay, I see. Hang on a minute. I'll fix that. Alright, let me try that again. Just to make sure it's working now. And I'm good, slowly getting through Astral Chain. Nice! There we go. Oh, that's Yu-Gi-Oh! Dang it, what's the name of that one? I forgot the name of this particular Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. It's on PS1 anyway. Forbidden Memories, yes, thank you. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind.
You are familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there?
It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement?
Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort.
Hmm?
All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more.
But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration of the Great Exhibition. Understood. I'm not really sure what voice to be given Trevor, so hopefully you like the one I picked.
The kinesis machine.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, through Mr. Asmund's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow? A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved, when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines?
Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asmund had no twin siblings.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field.
Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If our hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to civilly talentless scientists in the past, would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. The kinesis machine, okay.
Hold it!
So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself?
Not really. By chance I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then?
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Not to mention excellence in fraud.
Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrayne certainly has a mind like no other.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however.
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
It's a possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there?
It appears the kinesis machine was filled with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left with that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining. I hear.
You must have planned all this from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. If the whole show was a fraud.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman has a twin.
Objection!
He doesn't. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me.
The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Sith absolutely ruled that out as a possibility.
It is beyond question that the victim himself Mr. Asman did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim was playing on my mind.
Hold it!
It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting head first into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at the level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died and sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. But
Hold it!
so you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. Should an inviting manifold problems. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point.
Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo!
The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other.
But if we're able to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrayne's innocence.
Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work. And I won't let them get away with it. The innocent professor is an old friend of Lord Von Zieg's. What on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Okay, hang on a minute. Let me look through my evidence again. Let's see. Oh, there we go. This lock looks very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you.
What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal.
I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually.
Mr. Naruhodo, please.
I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless.
Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger.
Oh, right. Sorry. Shit, see me. Well, for once, that didn't happen because of... Just a sec. Okay, I guess that's all there is to analyze on that. Huh. Let me look at this. Alright. Let's give it a shot. I doubt this is it, at least not this soon, but...
Objection!
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, I don't know what to do here. The all shows a fraud it would require to buy double time the direct inventory. Provide me with the blueprints and I construct the machine to express specifications. It was no trick. All spectators. Oh, wait a minute. Small fragment. Folds of the cloak. Alright, let's try that.
Objection!
Really? Ugh. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, no, that's still not it. Oh, look here, Mrs. Otto.
Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height?
Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead.
It crashed down with the wooden cage that was used for the demonstration. It crashed down with the victim inside into the crystal tower, causing damage to its base. Okay, yeah, I think that is everything. The only thing to check on it. Wait, head first? Hang on a minute. Let me check something. Okay, that didn't tell me much. But I feel like... Yeah, that is not... This is... that it did not fall head first. So maybe that's what I'm missing. I am gonna save again just in case. Well, no, I just did save. I don't know what I'm thinking. Let's see. Let me look at that photo again. Yeah. Alright, let's see if I'm right about this.
Objection!
Yep, there we go. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion that fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Oh! Wait, what was part of that, Orange? Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well... If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground.
Which is approximately 18 meters.
It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. Yeah, sorry for pausing there for a bit, by the way. I was waiting for Sammy to stop barking at whatever the heck she was barking at.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside the heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous.
Okay, come on.
Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually.
Wasn't quiet for long.
I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Von Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his.
If you're going to establish this deception, do it right.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the undertone here. Oh yes, there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all.
I nearly had him there.
Kinesis clearly took place. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else feet high for the bird to fall on from.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere.
The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell.
And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh, yes. It's all very well thought out.
Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes.
The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Let me see here. Actually, hang on, let me read the history again real quick. The balloon that exploded was down altitude 6 feet, okay. So, they're ruling out the balloon. So, let me find something else. still a cage that's here? The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 3 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. The diagram showing the relative positions of the crystal tower and Professor Harebrayne's machine had exploded. Boss whilst he was riding in a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claimed was green and exploded. Wait. Photographed him by gods whilst he was riding in a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded moments after he took the shot. Because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the wreckage to have fallen from. Well, I'm gonna save again. Only thing is, I'm not sure what to present. Let me try. I'll try this.
Objection!
Okay. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No! Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, Consul. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen 30 feet. Okay. Well, okay, I do not know where I'm supposed to... It's not this balloon. That's the balloon that this one was claimed to have fallen from, I think. Gosh, this is annoying. And that's too far away.
Take that!
If it had fallen from here, the birdcage would have plummeted.
Objection!
If that's my learned friend's claim, I suggest he demonstrates for the court, personally. Huh? I feel like I've just hit the deck from 30 feet up now anyway now. Don't give me request to make the next fall from 60 feet up,
You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. Another place from where the birdcage could have fallen 30 feet. Besides the... Well, let's go ahead and try my initial thought.
Take that!
Okay, fine. Not sure where it's wanting me to check from at this point, though.
Objection!
Now see, it could have been from up there, but it won't let me check up there. Because of how it zooms the photo in. Or the diagram in, rather. See, it won't let me move up there, so... Unless... I never actually...
Take that! Objection! Take that!
I'm not sure what they're wanting me to point out.
Objection!
See, I don't understand what they want me to point out. I don't get it. Doesn't make sense to me, because I thought from up here, but it won't let me zoom up that far to show what I'm talking about, so... I'll try this, but this is where it was already a thought. See, it says alternative location, so it fell from... It was already thought to have fallen from... Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I'm forgetting what I'm arguing here.
Take that!
Okay, what the fudge?
Objection!
Okay, this is getting annoying now. Where am I supposed to assume it happened at?
Objection!
Objection, damn it! Yep. Welcome to stream, Athena. How you doing? So he was thought to have fallen from them. He was claiming it was... I'm fine, except I'm frustrated by this because I can't figure out where they're wanting me to point out on this picture, on this diagram. Alternative location for which the birdcage could possibly fall in the requisite 30 feet.
Take that!
See, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know what they want me to point out.
Objection!
We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters. See, I don't understand. I don't know what they want me to point out. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. The alternate location, which... And see, it scrolls down. So I can't... So I can't really present from where I want to. Because it had to have fallen from 30 feet. Under the tower, you think? Like up here? Because I already tried that. Or under the tower. Because if you mean from up here, I already tried that. In the hole in the middle. Again, that's still too low. Yeah, are you talking about here? You're talking about here? It has to be from 30 feet in the air. It says the alternate location for which the birdcage could have possibly fallen the requisite 30 feet. And I don't know, do you mean here? When you say the hole in the middle, do you mean here? Over here? Bottom, middle? Well, okay, but it's still saying it had to have fallen 30 feet from... It's saying the alternate location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet. What the heck, I'll try it. You mean right here, right? Okay, let's see how it happens.
Take that!
Nope, that's not it. Like I said, it has to be higher up. It has to be high up. And I've already tried the balloons, both of them, I think. At least I think I tried the other one.
Objection!
Make sure I didn't try this balloon, because I thought I had, but maybe I didn't. I can't remember now. I just feel like it's too far. It's the right height, but it's too far away from this area, I would think. Plus there was... Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. No, that's not high enough. Well, I still don't think this is it, but I'm gonna give it a try anyway. Like I said, I wish it would let me scroll up more, because I felt like it could have fallen from up here, but I already tried that and it didn't work, so... I'm sorry, I keep checking this. See, that balloon didn't seem higher than this one. Whoever took a picture from this one. Wait a minute, was there... I already tried this balloon, it wasn't that. And I tried the basket even. Well, let me go ahead and try this. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'd already tried that one.
Objection!
Objection!
Let me try something else real quick.
Objection!
Okay, so it does have to be the diagram. Just wanted to make sure.
Objection!
Wait a minute, let me check. I'm gonna check the photo again for a reason. Just give me a sec.
Take that!
Okay. The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, Consul. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's at about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. Oh, okay, I see where he's getting at now. Yeah, I'll admit I did not think of this. But, oh well, I'll take it. When the experiment got under the way, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Oh! Oh, right! The trap door! The trap door on the stage. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Yeah, I do, actually. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And yep, there we go. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord! The metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber. Ugh. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception.
Whether Professor Harebrayne's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmund's life. And lay the blame firmly at the Professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh!
Objection!
I'm gonna have to get used to that. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. Wait a minute. Before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense of the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The men who disappeared from the stage and the men who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Ugh! And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. That is something I've been thinking about myself. When was this photo taken? A photographic print of the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It's hard to make out, but he appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. Well, yeah. But the rest of... I wish it specified when this photo was taken. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Apparently so. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Von Zieks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asmund. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%, sir. Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. As you can see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmund's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Wait a minute. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Oh! Okay. Ugh. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime.
In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil.
What about a contract that Harebrayne signed? Ah! It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide off the mark. Lord Von Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Drebber's contract has been entered into the court record. The contract between Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber detailed the terms by which they would profit from the kinesis experiment. It's true. I want to look at that real quick. The investor, Mr. Odie... Terms of investment. The investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enters into contract with provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Okay, oh, okay. Objection to what? I'm probably overthinking again, but I'll keep it in mind. Anyway, let's continue reading for now. But yeah, what are you objecting to, Athena? Both Mr. Drebber and the party has to be alive. Yeah. And we're on trial for the death of Mr. Asman. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage on the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been.
There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. Yeah, something's still bugging me.
He was Professor Harebrayne's financial backer and boss of a large criminal organization. He constructed the machine for a trickster who seems to be both an engineer and a magician. He constructed the machine for Professor Harebrayne's demonstration. Alright, I'll just continue for now.
Objection!
Oh?
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Consul, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you are prepared for what's to come? Now that you are accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If those accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, Consul, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? I'm gonna go ahead and save again before I decide what to do here. I'm gonna go and decide to say that he... Oh, name the accomplice? Gosh dang, how am I supposed to know that? Unless it was still him, somehow. Surely it wouldn't have been him. Oh, wait a minute. Surely not. Who is this? The impresario of Shortvoid. Fine balloons above the experiment. All belong to this man. Kind of leaning towards her. Okay. I did just save, didn't I? Got so focused on that I forgot, so let me save again. Alright. Okay, I am going to try to name an accomplice. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched.
Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Consul? My lord? You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? Alright, I am really just guessing on this, but... let's see here. This is who I'm gonna try first.
Take that!
Okay, nope, not her. No, I really don't think it is. Because of who we are, because of who, Renosuke and Susanoo both already know who he is. So I don't think it's him. Who is it? Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord. And someone you surely wouldn't say you don't know. Yes, thank you. I'm aware of the person, obviously, but on what basis do you claim felonious involvement? Okay, so it's not her. Actually, no, let's leave it like this. I'm sure you simply slipped and pointed the wrong person, didn't you? There's no other explanation. Well, I didn't slip, but apparently I did. No slip-ups this time, please, Consul. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? I was also thinking of this guy, though I have more doubts about him than... but the... yeah, if it's not this one, I'll reload my save.
Take that!
Okay, it's not him. Alright, gonna reload. Hold up, let me read that. Some of the Duber cages must have been switched, everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility, but that inconsistency, so... okay, I know this is gonna sound crazy, but... since he's apparently the victim of this case, but... I'm gonna give this one a go.
Take that!
Who is this person? Are you freaking serious? Alright, fine. It's not him, but that's still a stupid question. Could be I need to back down for now. I don't know. It wasn't him. She was pretty insistent we leave the that we leave the crime scene, leave the site she was investigating. I know this is probably a long shot, but let me go ahead and try.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nepalese friend? Surely fear doesn't bite your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure we'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. So really is her? Seriously? I thought this was a long shot because I was basing it on what would have been considered maybe very flimsy evidence. Alright. Thank you, Mrs. Otto. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Consul, now! The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out his wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Sith. What all blazes are you talking about, Dr. Sith? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. Ah, yeah, that is true. I didn't really think about that part. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Sith be summoned to the witness stand and wants to testify. You gotta live, lad. Standing up there dragging the yard's name through the mud? I didn't mean to. You knew this would happen. I know the one very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word! Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What?
Certainly if the bird cage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone, even remotely resembling the victim, have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. Ugh! That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must have also been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Well, save again, but I think I know the answer here. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence?
I do hope this isn't filibustering, Consul. The court is expecting a name.
If you think you'll have relevant evidence, present it now.
The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... the head of the professor. Wait a minute. No way. Hang on a sec. Condemned prisoner... redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym the professor. Death by hanging for midnight the 17th of June. Okay, no, I don't think it's that then. There's no way. I think the body wouldn't have held up for that long. Well, let's just go with my initial assumption first.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asmund, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, Consul, according to a somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... Please don't freeze up now.
It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it.
Thank you, Mrs. Otto. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. What? What? Oh, forget it. Didn't know we actually brought that to the courtroom, but okay.
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nepalese friend.
Okay.
Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago. The Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks?
Yes! That's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less.
How do you know? He's got that iron mask on. Or whatever metal it's made of. I assumed iron because of... Well, anyway, moving on.
What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. Ooh!
What?
Just days before Professor Harebrayne performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? Then 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
Then the timing.
This is true, Mr. Drebber. At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asmund. Oh!
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to the effect of the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we ready to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord, I need to speak if you please.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
Very good. In that case,
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
fudge. Yeah, I low-key hoped I would get through this without having to deal with this, but I knew it was wishful thinking.
So, as indicted by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was going to happen.
We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm sure. I'm quite sure.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present here the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
The jurors' contentions.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplished anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
Then what's your argument?
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmund's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim.
Well, if that's the case, We must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this.
If you are ready, Consul, you may proceed with the summation examination.
It had to be this model because Takamaki charged just too much and because she hasn't been born yet. Welcome to the stream, Mashi. How you doing?
Alright. Yes, my lord.
Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be a...
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
Oh, I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
Hoping to finish up this deck, just need to pick a few more dilemma cards and fill out my Battle Bridge deck. Deck for what game? Star Trek 1E. Oh, okay. Or first edition, rather. Okay.
I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years.
That's even more than I thought. I haven't built a deck for it since my undergrad days. Oh, okay.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when it started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now, and she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Sith, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now was, when I was still the youngest Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. Oh, now look at her. Head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim, we were. Full of vim.
That's coming across loud and clear.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's a policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Sith in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right, oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this mucky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because, that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he?
True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic.
A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationship, you know.
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor. Just there.
Oh my gosh. Okay. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sith would be enough.
Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know.
Hold it!
What sort of problems?
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use an excuse to make our lives difficult.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Oh, you're calling a mass murderer.
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. Yeah, what were we even talking about? What was he even talking about just then? Anyway. And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone during the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you? Humph.
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it.
What? Wait, what? Oh. Hold up. What did you just call her? Dr. Courtney Stevens. Moving on, but I'm gonna keep that in mind.
She was the best of the best, and the apple of the force's eye.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Sith's maiden name. Okay, yeah, I kind of figured that. Her maiden name. So that was before she was married.
Of course, yes, silly me. It's Sith now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've heard that name somewhere recently. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh! Okay. I didn't really pay attention to that name at the time.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. A legendary coroner even then.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she? What did you say? Yeah, Woolman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team.
Legendary was your description, sir, not mine.
Rubbish! That word never passed my lips. I'd never describe anybody that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game.
I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Sith is an incredibly talented coroner. Would that be fair?
It would! If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, legendary. No, it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot.
If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmund's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it, too.
In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book while eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this.
Right. Yes.
Hold it!
But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could have at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence.
Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I don't think I do yet. Oh, yeah, I do. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside the birdcage. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So, given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation there.
So, you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage, namely...
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick, and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The crystal top. Holy smoke!
Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence the small piece originated, is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage.
Hold it!
Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir. Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude. What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects? What is it about scientists, honestly?
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you?
Colonel Cole, he's been growing back on the farm. Picked him off on my way into town. He's a proper nib now, he is.
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe you can wait until after the trial?
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I'm summoned big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about your cob of corn?
Nibble nobble, guilty bubble, nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble, guilty bubble, nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble.
Yeah, okay.
Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home.
So Professor Harebrayne's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to define the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. My tum's awfully full already.
Amazing. I know it seemed a little far-fetched to think the waxwork model of the professor was in the birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot.
If there really is...
Hold it!
Perhaps demonstrating some connection to... I'll save again real quick, but I want to try something. I don't know. Let me press him again just to check something. I mean, whether allowing me to go, I'm fully expecting to get my ass handed to me on a silver platter. At least I want to put forth a good effort. Oh yeah, for sure. Actually, hang on a minute.
Objection!
Those two statements are fundamentally at odds with one another. Well, Mr. Foreman? Oh, there's to be a new Sherlock Holmes adventure published next month by the looks. My lord, the foreman of the jury isn't listening. Is that so? Well, I shall have to reserve myself a copy of the new local news agent in that case. Mrs. Otto, no one is listening to what I'm saying. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity to have a rethink then, Mr. Naruto? Fear not, my lord. I heard every sweet word. Okay, so that wasn't it. I feel like that's all that's left to do at this point is to pit some people against each other. The presence of the glass leaves me a little done. I was indeed inside that bird cage.
Maybe these two? Since she's talking about not having any evidence.
Objection!
There we go. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, Consul? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second bird cage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Alrighty.
Ah, well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
Success! If you can call it that. Take what you can get.
Well, of course, if he's got some evidences, that's a whole other corner. Cup of corn in it. Lovely job.
The possibility has been established reasonably and logically. It now wants further research.
I think this is where I'm going to end the stream for tonight, though. So, hope you all enjoyed it. As always, you can follow my YouTube channel. Link below to see my past streams. And I'll be back tomorrow to continue playing Omori. So, I hope I'll see you then. I'll see you then. And if you stick around, I'll drop a raid. Let's see who we're going to raid for tonight. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go ahead and raid Mr. Shion Petra 92, who is playing Skyrim, so hope you'll stick around for that. And I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night and take care, everyone. Bye.